Just a reminder for our lap counters to head down to the city end of the pool. We are waiting on lane 1 and lane 5. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to session 3 of the 2024 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Your referees this morning are for the men's events, Linda Anthonson. For the women's events, Len Haney. Your starters this morning are for the men's events, Robin Miller. And for the women's events, Damien Arnold. And your technical directors for this morning are Sally Whitehouse and Heather O'Connor.
Good morning, guys, and welcome to day 2 of the Victorian Age Championships. This morning we are kicking off with event 36, that is the mixed 12-13-year-olds 1500 metre freestyle. So a nice long distance event to start this morning. We have 2 heats in this race, and these are timed finals, so that means the fastest times posted this morning will be your championship medal winners. We should be getting started pretty soon. It's a beautiful day here down at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. The tunes are pumping, the vibes are high, and we're really ready to go and race this morning. The athletes are ready to go. We are just waiting for that 8:30 mark to get started and make sure that all our officials and referees are ready. This event is a mixed race, meaning we have both male and female athletes competing in the water at the same time. They will be split for medals, so there will be boys 12-13-year-old medalists and girls 12-13-year-old medalists. First heat of our 1500 is underway. The swimmers in the middle lanes, they are your fastest qualifiers for this event. Swimming out of lane 4 is Arika Adenko from Surrey Park. She has the fastest time going into this race. She's followed by one of our visitors from Hobart Aquatic, that's Ava Mignanelli. And the third fastest qualifier into this race is Liam Paulson of Camberwell Grammar. In these longer events, though, we do expect to see some time drops, particularly from those swimmers in outside lanes who might not have had as many opportunities to race this distance over the season. There's a few ways our swimmers might be breaking down their 1500 this morning, particularly for these younger athletes. The most common way we see is to break the swim into 3 500 metres. This makes it a little bit easier for them to count their laps, as the event consists of 30 laps for these guys. And early on, those middle 3 lanes have already secured a bit of a lead on the rest of the field. Leo Nolan over in lane 1, he's going with them. As we do have 30 laps, different ways of breaking it down, we will see a lot of movement through the field throughout the race. So those athletes who are more suited to the endurance events, they might be better in the second half. They'll really try and start off easy, maintain that speed throughout, and really build on it towards the end. We've got swimmers coming from more of an 800 background. They might be a little bit quicker out in the beginning and just be trying to hold on for the second half. Arika at the 200 metre mark is your leader, 2:17.03. Liam Paulson sitting in second, so he'll be the first male going around. And still pretty close from the rest of the field. Coaches looking for nice smooth technique in these longer races, making sure that their athletes are being efficient. They'll be taking some stroke counts on each lap, trying to ensure consistency and look for room for improvement the next time these guys swim. In the longer events like the 1500, getting a lot of oxygen in is really important for these athletes. Most of them will be breathing in a pattern sequence, so generally it might be breathing every second stroke, some will go for every third. We sort of don't see a lot going beyond 4 strokes in a row without taking a breath to ensure they have enough oxygen circulating throughout. Help these guys count their laps. We do have lap counters at the end of the pool. Big thank you to those guys for volunteering their time to turn over those number cards. You'll see some athletes will utilize those cards by having a bit of a look up as they turn. Others will try and make sure that they're breathing to the side that those numbers are on so they can have a bit of a see of the card as they take a breath before they do their tumble turn. Just as a bit of a security blanket, really. Most of them will be counting their own laps. They'll also receive a bell when there's 100 metres to go, so the officials will ring that bell to signify there's 2 laps remaining. The next time they get to that particular wall, they will be completing the swim. As Arika Adenko of Surrey Park is 1/3 of the way through this 1500 at the 500 metre mark. She is still your leader. About almost 9 seconds on Liam Paulson in lane 3, who's currently in second. And Ava McNally in 5. She's just trying to keep in touch with Liam on his toes. These events are really difficult to swim if you kind of get stuck by yourself. So it makes it a lot easier if you can hang with someone else. Just push each other along. Is exactly what these 2 swimmers in lanes 8 and 9 are doing. They are side by side, each lap breathing towards each other, having a bit of a look and really trying to compete against the person next to them. For a lot of the athletes in this field coming up to their halfway mark now. That's the 750 metre turn at the far end of the pool. And currently there's a few good little races going on for those minor medals. Arika Rodenko in lane 4. She looks like she's got that gold. The next closest swimmer to her is a visitor from Tasmania, so they'll receive a visitor's medal. Liam Paulson is the leader from your male category. And Leo Nolan is sitting in second of those boys. But don't forget about the boys in lanes 8 and 9. They are battling it out for that third place spot. We've also got Mia Mifsud and Summer Morgan. Summer's made a lot of ground up on Mia over the last 200 metres. She's just trying to catch her in this second half. We know Summer is really good at those longer races, those endurance swims. She's coming off a great 5 kilometre effort at the Victorian State Open Water Championships last weekend, where she qualified for her first National Open Water Championships. Your leader with 400 metres to go of this 1500 metre freestyle. Still Arika Adenko of Surrey Park Swimming Club. She's out of lane 4. Liam Paulson securely in second place in this heat. And third, our visitor is Ava in lane 5. She's come around 400 metres to go for her as well. Those guys with quite a gap between them. And a fairway in front of the rest of your field now. Mia Miffs had really made a move in the last 500. She's caught up to Leo Nolan over in lane 1 and seems to be overtaking him pretty much on this lap. Coach Chris on the other side of the pool, he's got 2 thumbs up, letting her know she's right on pace for where she needs to be in this part of the race. Always a good sight to see when Coach is happy. Arika now looking to overlap some of these swimmers. So that'll be her next challenge. She has done a lot of this race by herself. It'll be nice to start seeing some feet up ahead of her that she can try and chase down and set that challenge. Mia really upping her stroke rate a little bit on this last 100. She's leaving Leo Nolan behind at the moment and really looking strong here. As Arika Adenko gets that bell, she has 100 metres left of this 1500 metre freestyle. Just lifting a little bit for the last 100. She has had a really consistent kick throughout this entire race, which is great to see from our junior athletes. So Liam Paulson, he's had the bell. Ava Mignanelli also given the bell here. 100 metres left to go for our first 3 swimmers. Mia will get the bell as she comes into this wall as well. As Arika Adenko in lane 4, she comes into touch on the wall. Your first place 12, 13-year-old in this 1500 freestyle with a great time, 18:01.64. That's a small PB for her, so she should be pretty happy with that swim this morning. Liam Paulson, he's from Camberwell Grammar. He's come in as first male to touch the wall in a time of 18:09.05. We do have to remember there is a second heat in this event. So if their times are faster, they will be your medalists. But these guys pretty securely in front as Ava Mignonelli touches 18:36.68 for her. So fantastic for us to have plenty of visitors from all over Australia and all over the world. We've got some international teams here representing Japan, New Zealand, Singapore and the United Arab Emirates. As your second female from Victoria comes down into that finish, Mia Mifsud, 19:09.38. Next on the wall, that'll be Leo Nolan. He's gone 19:22, followed very closely behind by Summer Morgan, 19:23. So a lot of these guys, your minor medalists, 1500. And Heat 2 now underway for the mixed 12-13-year-olds 1500 freestyle. We are missing our swimmer in lane 4 here, so just 4 athletes in this second heat. We're watching out for those times. Any time that they post, if it is one of the fastest times of the morning, they are eligible for that medal, as we are swimming timed finals today in our long distance races, so our 1500 freestyle. So great to see so many young athletes having a real crack at this 1500 freestyle. Not often we get 2 heats in an event such as this that requires so much endurance. At the moment, your swimmer in lane 5 is leading. That is Gabriel Wong. He's from Laverton Wyndham. We'll go through at this 200 metre mark in a 2:32.55. Not far behind him we have Miller Rudolph and India Condon over in lane 6. Also just trying to hang on to that pace set by the front two athletes. Miller over in lane 3, just starting to make a little bit of ground on Gabriel here. She'll try and keep him in her sights, just chip away at that distance between them. It's quite a long race, 30 laps, that's 29 tumble turns. So coaches will be making sure that their athletes are hitting the wall with a lot of strength, utilising those turns, not letting them go to waste. They're an opportunity to regain some speed and start that next lap. And Miller now pretty much caught up to Gabriel Wong in lane 5. Getting a nice push off each wall, making it to about the flags before she resurfaces. Those flags 5 meters out. That's 5 meters less to swim each lap. Now, not only does a lot of preparation go into these swims, but we also have to think about what these athletes are doing for recovery today. We've got 3 days left of competition after tonight. Not to mention some of these swimmers you will see return throughout the morning. There are at least 2 more events for the 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds on the program today. And some of these guys will be backing it up. They'll head into the warm-down pool after this, try and refreshen themselves, stay hydrated, refuel, and they'll be coming back for some other swims this morning. A lot of our junior guys have huge programs over the 5 days of state championships, some with 9 or 10 events over the course of the 5 days, so an impressive feat for these youngsters. Miller Rudolph in lane 3. Now your leader by about half a body length to a body length. She's just looking to increase that lead bit by bit on each lap here. Lisa's coach from MLC, just giving her a bit of a wave on there with the clipboard. He thinks she's got a little bit more in the tank. So these coaches on the side, they'll have done a lot of pacing work in the lead into these championships with their swimmers and know what they're capable of. We'll often see them on the side giving these guys a wave on if they think they can go a bit faster. We love when they get a little bit crazy, the arms and legs flailing around. Miller, Gabriel. Your two leaders out the front. And on the next turn, they'll be coming up to their halfway mark, so 15 laps into this 30-lap swim. The 12, 13-year-olds mixed 1500 freestyle. Gabriel Wong now with about a 10-meter lead on Miller Rudolph. He's got 400 meters to go. So pretty exciting when you get to this point of the race. They'll start to really pick it up a little bit. Doing a 1500, that last 400. It's almost a sigh of relief. You've got through the tough part, that middle 500. It's easy to relax a little bit too much, drop off the pace there. And then when you get to this amount of time left, really refocus and pick it up. So he's come through well there. Miller Rudolph, she's the first female in this heat. India Condon over in lane 6, she's next. And then Amber Cherry, who's got an absolutely motoring kick going on here. So that must be one of her strengths. Always nice to see from our endurance athletes. We're used to them having really strong, powerful pull and being more relaxed on the legs. So definitely a skill that she'll try and maintain as she gets a bit older and continues with these longer races. Spoke earlier about the vibe around the pool deck this morning. Feels very relaxed. The sun is shining. That puts everyone in a good mood. We had a great day of racing yesterday, and I think that momentum is going to continue on this morning. Just been chatting to a few of the teams floating around. Had the Geelong swimmers come up to me before. So great having the opportunity to communicate and chat with these athletes and just see where their heads are at over the course of this competition. And there's such a feeling of team in the groups here. So those smaller clubs as well, really banding together, getting around their swimmers, lots of support, especially for these kids in the 1500. The other athletes know how much of a difficult race this can be, and they've come in to support their fellow teammates on. Just so great to see. Gabriel Wong, your swimmer in lane 5, 200 metres left of this race, 4 laps. The team at Laverton Wyndon pretty quiet right now. Obviously he's sitting on that pace that he's looking for, which is great. They've just started to cheer him on. So the next wall that he turns on, he'll get that bell from our technical officials with 100 metres left to swim there. See what he's got left in the tank for that last 100 metres, those last 2 laps of this 1500. No change to the placings in this heat. Gabriel sitting in first, Miller in second, India third, and Amber over in lane 2 in fourth, as we just get that bell for Gabriel. And he's just found that extra bit of energy left in the tank, brought in the 6-beat kick for this last 100. Stroke rating has picked up, so that's the speed those arms are rotating over. Come on, 50 metres to go for your leader now in heat 2 of our mixed 12-13 years 1500 metres freestyle. Under the flags now, down to touch. Gabriel Wong, 20 minutes, 11 seconds, .96. Amber Cherry of Ringwood Swimming Club getting her bell now. As Miller Rudolph comes into her finish. She's got 5 meters to go. Puts that head down, doesn't breathe, flags to wall. That's a great skill to still be able to do at the end of a 1500. Her time 20.4293. India Condon in lane 6, also finishing a time of 21.00.60. And we just have one swimmer remaining in the pool. Such a great effort, this 1500 freestyle. Particularly from these 12-year-olds. And Amber Cherry, 21.53.76. That rounds off our 1500 freestyles as we move on to event 27 in your program. This is the girls 15-year-olds 400 meter freestyle. In this event we have 3 heats, and on the blocks now, heat 1. In this 400 meter event, out of the 3 heats, you'll find the last 2 are circle seated, giving these athletes an opportunity to make a final for tonight. So, tough event to back up heats to finals, the 400 freestyle. A lot of tactics come into play here on how we swim this race. Easiest way, break it down into 4 100s. Look at them like quarters of the race. The first one, really trying to set ourselves up. Lots of oxygen, plenty of breathing, smooth technique. Just getting them moving, getting those heart rates up. After that first 100, the swimmers are trying to settle into that stroke, not drop off, and almost build through each 100. Always found that mental belief that you're building each 100. You tend to get the best results and most consistent splits from your swimmers. Led out at the moment by Amelie Crullen. She's over in lane 1. She's taken this race out in a 109.18. She's followed through by Matilda Thurog, 109.19. So there's only 1/100th of a second separating our 2 leaders right now. These middle 2 100s tend to separate the field. Lots of our swimmers, similar speed on the first 100. They'll all really pick it up for that last 100, but it's who can put in the most work during the middle of this race that tends to make the biggest difference in your 400 freestyles. Coming into the wall at halfway, the 200 meter mark, your leader is now lane 3. That's Grace Richards. She's your swimmer from Surrey Park. She's gone around in a 2:23.06. Lane 7, Emily Tulloch. She's from Melbourne Big Centre. She's currently in second. So she's having a really good swim from one of those wider lanes here. third 100. So we'll try and bring those legs in a little bit more. They might have been holding off them a bit in the first half. Try and conserve some energy. And this is the part where they'll really build into those legs. See that nice white water behind them. That's what your coaches are looking for. Make sure the feet are up nice and high. Grace Richards still hanging on. Emily Tulloch trying to go with her. Looks like it's going to be a race between lanes 3 and 7 into this last 100. About half a second between the two girls. And sitting in third right now, Molly Detbarn in lane 5. At the moment, Grace Richards breathing towards Emily, and as they turn around to go back down on that last lap, Emily will be able to see where Grace is, and she just has coming off that wall and really lifted for this last lap. She seems to have a little bit more left in the tank than Grace Richards. That kick's come in super strong now. Pulling away with 15 metres to go. Heat 1, it will be Emily Tulloch of Melbourne Vic Centre. She's come in at a time of 4:50.11. A nice 16-second drop for her, so she'll be rapt about that. Grace Richards in second, 4:55.09. And third place, Molly Detbarn, 4:56.94. All of these girls trying to post a time in the top 10 fastest for an opportunity to come back later this evening and swim in our finals tonight. Heat 2 of our 15-year-olds 400 freestyle. This is the first of our circle-seated heats, so there are 2 circle-seated heats. Fastest swimmers in the center of the pool here. We've got a visitor in lane 4 from Norwood Swimming Club over in South Australia. That is Emma Everett. The fastest Victorian in this heat is coming from lane 5. That's Clarkie, Alicia Clark from Nunawading Swimming Club. Got in for a nice little dip in a relay last night in the 4x100 freestyle, 4x100 medley relay, swimming the freestyle leg. Always got such nice, easy looking freestyle, Alicia. She'll be our leader at the 100-metre mark, going out in a 104.62. Emma Everett in second, 105.94. And Misha Nicholson is currently in third place. She's in lane 3. There's not a lot of gap between second and fifth right now in this race. Those centre lanes really starting to make a move. Alicia Clark just looking like she's doing it pretty comfortably right now. She won't want to overuse too much energy in this race this morning. She'll just be doing what she needs to. 3, 4 and 6 all pretty close together here. At that 200-metre turn. Emma Everett still sitting in second, followed by Misha Nicholson. Michaela Larkin of Cheltenham's just starting to move up. You'll expect she'll have more of an endurance background, trains under Kelly Stubbins at Cheltenham. So Kelly, a great endurance and distance freestyle coach. Right, girls coming into their final 100 here. 2 laps to go. See who's got a little bit left in the tank. At the moment, Misha Nicholson did all the work in that third 100. She's moved in front of Emma Everett to take second position. Alicia Clark still your leader. Michaela Larkin also putting in some work, trying to really get in front of your visiting swimmer from Norwood. Lots of faster splits in that second last lap, so we've seen the girls pick up the pace a bit. Still Alicia Clark, she's just watching out for Misha Nicholson. I don't think she's going to let her catch up and get in front. She will hold on to that lead, so leading from start to finish with 5 metres to go. Alicia Clark will take out heat 2. 4:35.79. Misha Nicholson will hit the wall in second, 4:37.62. Followed in by Emma Everett in lane 4, 4:38.96. Third and final heat in the water now. Fastest qualifier, Clara Karocki of Norwood, South Australia. Fastest Victorian in this heat is Sophie Jacker of Melbourne Swimming Club. They are in your 2 centre lanes for this 400 freestyle. 8 laps. One of our more endurance-based events. It's lane 3 taking out. That's Judy Hussain Aman. Clara in lane 4. She's gone through in a 1:05.19, only 1/100th of a second ahead of Judy Hussain Aman. And it's still pretty close across the center of the field. So no one making a move this early on. We're all sort of waiting for someone to just pick up the pace. Sophia Bolan in lane 2, Western Aquatic Academy swimmer. Good to see her in this 400 freestyle, more known for her sprinting. Really good butterfly and freestyle 50-meter swimmer. Having a step up in this 400. And at halfway, she's looking good. She's your leader, 2:15.88. Clara Karocki in lane 4, following her around 2:16.21. There's nothing separating those three middle lanes. Second at the moment, all turning at 2:16. Sophia Bolan still looking really good here. She's got half a body length on the other girls in the inside lanes. Clara Karocki just making a little bit of a move here. But Sophie Jacker not letting her go anywhere too quickly. We should see Sophie pick it up in this last 100. She's a great endurance freestyler. So she's always very consistent with her splits. Clara with the much better skills though, great underwater for that turn into the last 100 of this 400. Judy doing what she can to try and stay in the mix with these top three. Coming into the final 50, it will still be Sophia. $15 meters to go. Clara making a little bit of a move on Sophia, but I think she might hang on. They're just coming onto the flags now. It'll be whoever can get their hand on that wall first. It will be Sophia Bolan, Western Aquatics. 4:37.18. Clara Karocki is in second, 4:37.45. And Sophie Jacker onto the wall, third, 4:37.60. Next event on the program is event 28. This is the boys 15-year-olds 400 meters freestyle. In this event we also have 3 heats. Same as our 15-year-old girls 400 freestyle, heats 2 and 3 are circle seeded. So your top 20 athletes circle seeded for an even playing field to try and make it into the final of this 400 freestyle. The athletes in this particular heat, heat 1, all sitting around that 440 to 441 mark. So a lot of them will be looking to break that 440. So important for our swimmers to set goals from themselves. A lot of these goals will be revolving around times. Some of them personal best, some of them qualifying times. Always nice to break those even barriers, so 40 seconds or 30 seconds. Always a good feeling to see that. At the 250 metre mark, our outside lane still doing really well here. Darcy Stewart in lane 8 from Surrey Park, still in the lead, followed around by Nicholas Lindsay, one of our visitors. And then all the way over on the other side of the pool, we have Samuel Asiata and Riley Lowe having a good little battle too. Darcy Stewart having a great swim here. He's coming down with 15 metres to go in this 400 freestyle. Done all the hard work from lane 8, out by himself. He's got about a 10 metre lead on the rest of the boys in this field. Well and truly under his entry time. He'll hit the wall 427.07. Nicholas Lindsay in lane 7. He's going to touch in second. Time of 435.90, and sneaking into third there in lane 5 was Edward O'Connor, 436.94. So keep an eye on those times as we come to our next 2 heats of 400 freestyle. All these boys looking for an opportunity to race again tonight in the final for a state medal. Heat 2 in the water now. This is the first of our circle seeded heats, so keep an eye on those middle lanes. They are some of your fastest qualifiers into this event. And while the boys are swimming this 400, I'm joined this morning by Melinda Davis. She's working for Swimming Victoria. Now, Melinda, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've been up to recently?
Sure. Well, I've been working with Swimming Victoria for the last 6 months in a consulting role. I have a business called Margis Consulting. And we've been working with Swimming Victoria around looking at social media and also all of the issues around that in terms of teenagers, communicating with teenagers, child safety, but really bringing awareness to clubs and to parents and also the swimmers themselves around some of the implications of using social media and the dangers, but also the positives, but about keeping safe online.
Such a fantastic initiative, and it's so great to have you on board. Do you have anything coming up, anything exciting going on over this States weekend?
Yeah, so this morning we presented a session to parents and we were talking about ways in which they can communicate with their teenagers in regards to social media. It's an ongoing initiative that we have here with Swimming Victoria, so we already have some materials on the website, but we're going to be doing a lot more work next year, which is really exciting.
And if you had one little tidbit of advice to give us in this very short amount of time that we have, what would be your biggest message that you want to get across for the Swim Victoria athletes and families?
My biggest advice would be, and I say this as a parent of twin boys myself who are 14, my biggest piece of advice is to talk to your teenager when they're in what we call cold cognition mode, which is when they're rational and calm, maybe driving in the car. Talk to them about some strategies for how to get themselves out of difficult things on social media, rather than when it all blows up.
Well, thank you so much for your time this morning and coming for a little chat. I know we've put you on the spot, but it's so great to have you on board with Swim Vic, and everything that you're doing is so important, especially in the time that we live in at the moment when social media is such a huge part of our swimmers and our children's lives. So thanks for coming along.
Thanks so much for having me, and thanks to Swim Victoria. And I wish all the athletes the very best today.
As our leader in this heat 2 of the 400 freestyle is our visitor in lane 3, Eli Jones. He's got a little bit of a lead on the other boys, pretty close for second in this heat right now. 3 laps left to swim. Onto that final 100 metres here. Eli Jones still your leader. In second place, that's lane 8, Zachary Shearer. He's gone 3:18.81 on that turn. Lanes 5 and 6 having a bit of a battle out here. Leopold and Will. But at the moment, it is all Eli Jones. 50 metres to go. He's got a 3-second lead on the next swimmer. As those boys in 5 and 6 have really lifted. Will Anderson definitely wants to get his hand on the wall in front of Leopold for Niles. Also having a dig in this last 100. On the other side of the pool, lane 2, that's Riley Hodgkins. And it will be Eli Jones, 4:23.69. Second, Will Anderson, 4:25.40. And Riley picks up third, 4:26.45. So really good second half from Riley over in lane 2. Heat 3 in the water now. This is your fastest swimmer seated in lane 4. That's James Gargano from Camberwell Grammar. No swimmer in lane 5. So that opens the door for some of the other athletes to really step up and get a chance to race this again.
Could we please have all the swimmers starting to come down from event 38 and 39, the boys and girls 200 metre iron.
And it's definitely a race between our middle lanes here, James and Tarwin. Bit of a lead over the next three athletes who are all fairly close. You've got Oliver McCormack over in lane 6. And on the far side of the pool, we've got Peter Behrens and Kevin Huang. As the boys come into their final 100 metres now. It is lane 4 leading us through. That's James Gargano. He's followed around by Tarwin Prom. And in third, Ollie McCormack over in lane 6. James has just really stepped it up a little bit in this last 100 to solidify that lead over the field. That last 15, he's gone, hang on, I want to look pretty good here. Picked up the rating, picked up the kick. No questions at all. 4:21.10. James Gargano is going to be your fastest swimmer in this heat. Owen in second, 4:25.80, and Oliver McCormack in third, 4:26.09. Changing it up a little bit now, event 38, we move on to our girls 12-year-olds 200 metre individual medley. Our individual medley, 4 laps, 1 of each stroke. Really testing an athlete's ability to perform across every element of swimming. We're looking for technique and speed on the 4 strokes, plus some really good skills. So a few different skills in this race. Medley turns, so from fly to back, pretty important one, that backstroke to breaststroke turn. Always interesting to see. There's about 3 different ways our swimmers can go from the backstroke leg to the breaststroke leg, and just watching which one they choose to utilize. And after that backstroke leg, your leader is lane 4, Adriana David. Taylor Miller in lane 3 is currently in second, and Maisie Graves over in lane 6 in third. Lots of Surrey Park athletes in this heat. Most probably training partners, giving each other a bit of a push along at state championships. It's always nice to have a familiar face racing with you, especially for these 12-year-olds, the young girls here. Having a friend to help settle those nerves. As your leader, Adriana David, turns for her freestyle leg. have had a little bit of a change up after her. Maisie Graves in that breaststroke really moved forward. She's in second, just ahead of Taylor Miller in lane 3. And those two girls in second and third having a great battle here to get their hand on the wall first. Onto the wall, it will be Audriana. 240.89. Taylor Miller just sneaks ahead there for second, 242.43. And Maisie, 242.83, will take third in heat 1. We have 3 heats in this event. All 3 are circle seated. We move on to heat 2. Lucy Ma, your swimmer in lane 4 of heat 2. We've seen her a lot already these championships. She's been having a great run. Elsa Wang in lane 5, also another name. Been lots of events, and we're only on day 2. Now, a lot of these swimmers will be trying to play to their strengths in this medley. So whichever stroke they're a bit stronger at, they're a bit better at, they enjoy a little bit more, they'll be trying to make the most of that leg. But there is overall a little bit of a formula to an IM. So as it is a 4-lap race and we're using a lot of different muscle groups as we go through the different strokes, the easiest way I like to teach my junior athletes to swim this race, a lot of easy speed in that butterfly leg, making sure they get plenty of oxygen in and not overusing their energy. You want it to stay relaxed. Don't be too nervous, don't be too tight. Try not to fatigue too early. Then that backstroke, a lot of those swimmers are really trying to utilize their arms, being stronger on those, because when they get to this breaststroke leg, it is a very leg dominant stroke and those legs are going to fatigue quickly. So if they are already tired, that's going to be pretty painful for these guys. Then when we get to that freestyle, it's the last lap. Everyone loves a last lap special swim. We're all going to lift. We're all going to give it everything we've got left in your tank to come home for that final 50 meters. As Lucy Ma touches to turn for her last leg. She's still in the lead. Elsa Wang in lane 5. She's followed her around in second. And third at the moment is Matilda Young over in lane 2. Looking very relaxed, finishing off this 200 freestyle. She knows that she's done enough to secure herself a spot into the final. So we will see her again tonight, 238.59. Elsa Wang, 242.36. And a really nice last lap from Megan Lee. She's grabbed that third position of heat 2, 247.57. Third heat of the 12-year-olds, 200-metre individual medley in the water now. Your fastest qualifier, Lucy Reed from MLC Aquatic. She's in lane 4. But there's some pretty close times in this race. Don't discount Arabella Johnson from Geelong. also entered with a 2:39. So those girls in the middle lanes, they'll be looking to put on a nice cruisy performance to make themselves into the final tonight. Going out pretty strong though, that's Astrid Buchanan. And Lily Lynch over in lane 1 is actually going to hit the wall first after the butterfly leg. Astrid Buchanan, Ballarat Swimming Club, looking really nice here. Super smooth backstroke. You can see how flat on the surface she is. Keeping that head really still. Going with her is Tiffany Miette from Melbourne Vic Centre. Two different styles of back to breaststroke turn there from the girls next to each other. And watch out, because this is where Arabella Johnson's starting to make her move over in lane 5. Putting together a great breaststroke leg here to bring herself up alongside Astrid Buchanan. So is Lucy Reid in lane 4. She's just coming through in this second half. Coming onto the wall though, it will be Arabella. She'll turn first for the freestyle. She's breathing to the inside as well, so she'll be able to see those girls as they try to come for her on this last lap. But she's looking really strong. Great 6-beat kick going on here. Super smooth, plenty of oxygen. And she's just extending her lead here, so really nice heat swim this morning from the swimmer from Geelong. She'll hit the wall first in a time of 2:36.98, so a 3-second drop from her just in this heat swim. She looks pretty relaxed at the end of it as well, which is always good to see. It means she might have a little bit more in the tank for tonight. Astrid Buchanan in second, 2:39.71, and Lucy Reid will take third in that heat, 2:40.29. Entering the pool now, event 39, the men's 12-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. We have 3 heats in this event. They are circle seated. Once again, plenty of names that we saw swimming some super fast times yesterday between heats and finals. Great butterfly leg here from Oscar in lane 4. Gabby Schneiders with a good backstroke leg there. Narrowing that gap, and a really good turn from him too. He's come out in front of Oscar into this breaststroke leg. These young guns from Geelong doing great this morning. At the halfway mark, Fraser Nagel over in lane 2 was your swimmer in third, and Broderick Coyne in lane 0 also having a good swim. We love seeing these swimmers in outside lanes doing well.
You wouldn't take your photo, so I have to take more.
Broderick having a great meet. He did a really good swim last night from an outside lane too. So he's obviously making some improvements over this week. as Kepler turns for his final lap, the freestyle leg. He's got a nice lead now on Oscar Magalotti. The team on the other side of the pool from Geelong looking very relaxed. Pepe doesn't need to do anything more this morning. Just finish this race. 2:30.56. Nice little 11-second drop from Kepler. Second will be Hantang Wang in lane 5, 2:39.13, and Oscar will pick up third in this first heat, 2:41.05. A long hold on the start here for heat 2 of the 12-year-olds 200 IM. Aston Wilson in lane 4, one of the better ones in the first 15 metres. Those boys in the middle staying nice and low in their butterfly leg. Aston really making the most of this backstroke as well. You can see his rating quite high here, which is always nice in an IM. Relying a bit more on those arms, that upper body work. Just keeping that kick consistent throughout this lap. Aston Wilson, he'll turn in first at the halfway point. Nicholas Robson in lane 5 will be in second. Alan Zhang over in lane 3. So it's your centre 3 lanes with a bit of a gap here. Noel Coulson from Tiger Sharks, the next closest. Charlie Warburton here from Yarra Plenty Waves. Good little breaststroker. You expect to see him start to catch up to the other boys in this leg. That's exactly what he's doing, closing the gap on those centre swimmers. Aston still maintains his lead though. Close race for second and third right now. Alan Zhang just looking like he's put the motor on a little bit more than Nicholas Robson though. Guys over at Surrey Park giving Aston a bit more of a wave on. They want him to go a little bit faster this morning. He'll take his last breath under the flags hopefully. And hit the wall 2:32.65. Alan Zhang 2:36.02 and Nicholas Robson 2:36.78. Charlie Warburton's moved himself into fourth here with that gun breaststroke leg. As we come to our third and final heat here. Lane 4, your fastest qualifier in this event, Jared Lowe. He's from Aquatic Performance. This is one of our visiting teams. So the Surrey Park swimmer in lane 5 will be your fastest qualifier from Victoria in this particular heat. That's Ishak Ismail. Jared Lowe over in lane 4. Great underwater there. Aiden Ramos in lane 6. Another Wadding swimmer. Great backstroke leg here. We've got a body length lead over the other boys. Ishak Ismail in second, Jared Lowe in third. So interesting to see those lead changes throughout in each stroke in the IM. Jared Lowe looking pretty good here in the breaststroke. He's trying to regain his lead, but it will still be Aiden Ramos. Four, 5, and 6. The ones to watch in heat 3. Onto the wall. Ishak Ismail. He'll touch in first. Aiden Ramos will hang on for second. Jared Lowe's in third. Not a lot of distance between these boys though. Okay. 15 metres left to swim. Ishak in head of Jared. Aiden just dropped a little bit in that final 50. It will be Ishak Ismail, 235.56. Second onto the wall, Jared Lowe, 236.02, and Aiden Ramos, 238.31. All right, some more fast freestyle now. Event 40, this is the 17, 18-year girls 200-meter freestyle. In this event, we have 5 heats. Final 3 heats will be circle seeded with your fastest qualifiers.
You need to staple them on.
Rebecca Lang from Melbourne Vic Centre with a nice lead over the other girls at the halfway mark. Ella Bass over in lane 2 followed her through. But those girls back in the middle, they're not going to let her go that easily. The third lap, very important leg of our 200s. Rebecca turns for her final 50. Ella hanging on for second. Not far behind her, Asha Lagerge. Rebecca picks it up onto the wall, 2:17.10. A nice drop from her entry time. Ella Bass, she'll touch in second, 2:22.08, and third over in lane 6. Good final 50. That was Kate Decker, 2:24.06. Heat 2 underway. A nice start from your swimmer from Western Aquatic. That was Clara Piccinelli. This first 50 athletes trying to set themselves up. Talani Bibi over in lane 9 is your fastest swimmer on the way out. Very mixed field here. Your leader over in lane 2, Emily Kearns from Melbourne Swimming Club. Second, currently, Molly Davis. She's in lane 5. And then third's coming from lane 7. That's Dana Barnett. With 5 meters left to swim, it will be Emily Kearns onto the wall in first. She's gone a 2:18.06, Molly 2:19.02, and Dana 2:20.05. Heat 3 in the water now. First of our circle seated heats. Keep an eye on the swimmers in the middle lanes. Probably see some fast first laps from our outside lanes here. Holly Winkle's really good 50 freestyler from Nunawading. But it will be Paige Holt who gets her feet on the wall first in lane 3. From Cheltenham, Also a really great surf swimmer too for this 200 freestyle. Pretty good event for Paige. She's looking really nice this morning. A smooth technique. She's had a cheeky breath to the other side here and there, see where the other girls are. Halfway, still Paige Holt, 103.46. Danielle Asiata, 104.29. And third, Nicole Briscoe from Geelong. Nicole loves to talk about the one-time commentating her. I called her Brooke. I do apologise, Nicole. That far side of the pool seems to be pulling away a little bit at the moment. Paige Holt just hangs on to that lead by 6/100ths as they come into the last lap. Dakota in lane 5. She'll be starting to make her move now. More of that distance background. We really see her shine in the later stages of this 200 freestyle. Which is exactly what she's doing here this morning. As she's just overtaken two girls on the inside of her. She'll hit the wall first. Dakota Mather's 2:10.65. Second, Danielle Asiata, 2:11.25. And third, Stephanie Moran. She's had a great last lap, the swimmer from Bendigo East. Finishing at 2:11.39. Heat 4 underway. Alexandra Skinner with a great start there. We've seen her put together some really good swims in the last 24 hours, really. Mackenzie Hunter in lane 5. She'll really come through in the second 100. We saw her with a stellar performance last weekend at the Open Water Championships, winning the overall girls 5-kilometre event. But it is Amrita Subramaniam in lane 4 from MLC. Out quick in this first 100. Very close here for second and third. In fact, the two girls currently in third equal. Here comes Mackenzie though. Amrita still with her lead here. Second is Layla Mufuz from Melton. Mackenzie Hunter in lane 5. She was in third off that wall. Amrita just gliding into that final touch there, 209.26. Mackenzie will touch in second, 210.81, just 4/100ths ahead of Layla, 210.85. So at the moment, looking like it's going to take a 210, 211 to make this final tonight. So some nice close swims from these 17, 18-year-old girls. fifth and final heat in the water now. Fastest qualifier in this event. Lane 4, Giselle Davey of Caulfield Aquatics. Giselle Davey looking super dominant here. The really strong first 100. She's going to go out just under that minute mark, 59.35. Harley Gant in second. Greta Seville in third. .50 metres to go, no change in our leader. It is well and truly Giselle Davey. Harley Gant having a bit of a dig on this last lap. Looks like Giselle's just breathing towards her. Gonna try and stay ahead. Not doing any more than she needs to, I don't think. She will touch the wall in first. 207.74. Harley Gant 208.64 and Greta 209.94. Finish off our girls 17-18 years 200 metres freestyle, which brings us on to event 41, the boys 17-18 years 200 freestyle. In this event we have 4 heats. Behind the blocks now is heat 1.
I was going to walk out. Because I couldn't watch it. He wasn't there. He was almost up there. He was almost up there because I almost put another one in. The officials were like talking to each other saying, don't slip the cover in. They were close to putting us in.
Boys going out pretty strong in that first 50. Kaylin Nathaniel's in lane 3, leading us around. Not far behind him, Dylan Skinner.
I went up to a little bit home. I said, how would this feel if you missed the race and someone subbed in for it? He's like, oh, I'd be better. And I'm like, that was almost.
Dylan in lane 6, just taking over that lead, turning in a 57.96. 2 boys on the outside, really setting the pace in this heat 1. They come into the final 50. Dylan Skinner holding on to that lead. Kaylin Nathaniels, though, having a real crack here to come home as fast as he can, take over that lead. Doing just that nice lope stroke that we see with a lot of our 200 freestylers at the moment within Australia. He'll touch the wall first, 202.72. Dylan from Cheltenham in second, 205.00. And third in heat 1, Jacob Matushka 206.53. Heat 2 away now. Up and stroking pretty quickly was lane 4, Tommy Lane. Didn't waste a lot of time on his underwater there. And he's out quick too. Sorry, 27.26. Tyler Norton over in lane 1. The boy from Tiger Sharks also away pretty quickly. But that second 50 has definitely changed things a little bit for the rest of the field. Tommy Lane still staying up ahead. With him, Aidan Langman, our visitor from Norwood, South Australia. They're really dragging everyone along with them. Cameron Cheney from Geelong trying to go with them here on the third lap. It will be Tommy Lane with the better of the third 50 swims. In fact, one of the only people in the field to actually go faster on the third lap than the second. And he's just building this race nicely. There we see that lope kind of stroke, really focusing on that almost skip to one side. He'll hit the wall in first. Tommy Lane, 156.28. Aidan Langman, 157.33. Cam Ricchini, 157.58. So strong finish from Cam. Heat 3, another one of those Cheltenham boys in the middle lane here having a great swim. That's Liam Malloy. Already with a bit of distance on the other boys in this field. Xavier Purcell in lane 5, battling it out with Joshua Carnes. We saw those two boys also have a really good fight yesterday in the backstroke event. Moment they're all breathing away from one another, so that means when they turn around to come for this last lap, they will be breathing towards each other, and hopefully we'll have a nice little race on our hands. Liam looking really nice here, got that consistent kick going, that motor out the back. He's going to take out heat 3. Josh Carnes in lane 6. Looks like he's going to secure himself second position. as Liam hits the wall, 157.49. Joshua Khan's 159.29. And third will go over to lane 2, a visitor, Noah Pronk. He's hit the wall, 159.95 there. The boys in heat 4, our fourth and final heat of the boys 17-18-year-olds 200 metre freestyle. Fastest qualifier Harvey Lark of Caulfield Aquatics swimming out of lane 4 here. Got a couple of training buddies in this race, so Connor and Daniel from Surrey Park, Alexander and Luke from Melbourne Swimming Club. They're all next to each other, so that should make for some interesting racing. Bit of pride on the line between teammates. Going out quickly though is Cooper Sutherland. He's over in lane 1 and trying to go with him. Rowan Wine, the Plenty Waves. Also out quickly in lane 6. That's Connor Hayes from Surrey Park. Those outside lanes still doing really well here. It's going to come down to this last 50. A spot in this final is on the line, looking for the top 10 fastest qualifiers. Cooper Sutherland still sitting in first. Connor Hayes in second. But it looks like the Surrey Park swimmers have really taken off here. Daniel and Connor going stroke for stroke. Head down onto the wall. It will be Connor Hayes, 158.37. Just ahead of Daniel Civitris, also of Surrey Park, 158.42. So 500s between the two boys. And Rowan Wine over in lane 2, 159.81. He'll pick up third in that final heat. There's some interesting placings in there. Those more outside lanes. Changing it up now, event 42. This is the girls 14-year-olds 100 metres butterfly. We have 4 heats in this event. 3 swimmers in heat 1. Then our next 3 heats will be circle seated. Looking for some speedy sprint butterfly here. Just the 2 laps. First lap, athletes most likely trying to build through, get a great turn and underwater, and then try and swim home really strong on that second 50. In heat 1, leading us around at the 50-metre mark, that was Emerson Hoggan, 32.39. Choosing to breathe every stroke in this second lap, making sure she gets plenty of oxygen to all her muscles. Coming in under the flags, she's going to hit the wall first in heat 1. The time of 1:11.57. Ashveen Kerr in a 1:14.24, just ahead of Ruby Combridge in a 1:14.95. Heat 2 in the water now. Alana McDuff in lane 4 had one of the better starts in the pool. Girls in lanes 5 and 6 going out strong as well. Hitting the wall first, Alana. Second is Gemma Sullivan, and third, Bettina Ambrose. This last 25. Lucy Doyle over in lane 2 having a ripper of a second lap. She looks like she might have just taken the lead over here. Staying nice and low, super strong butterfly. She does 107.70. Bettina Ambrose in lane 5, she'll go second, 108.89. And Alana McDuff will hit the wall in third, 109.25. Heat 3 in the water now. Caitlin Ord from MSC had a really good start off the blocks there. Mia Bates in lane 4 though. Quickly moving into the front of the field. The swimmer from St Leonard's, she's going to hit the wall first. She's gone out at 30.29. Caitlin Ord, 31.48. And Bronwyn Zeng is turning in third, 31.75. Second 50, Mia Bates just really pulling away from the other girls at the moment. She's not slowing down anytime soon. She'll hit the wall first, 105.61. Second, Bronwyn Zeng a little bit faster on that second lap, 108.37. And third will be picked up by Chloe Burke. She's got 109.16. Heat 4, your final heat of the girls' 14-year-olds 100-meter butterfly. Fastest qualifier, Jessie Steinman. We saw her compete last night with some really, really fast swims, so we know that she's swimming well over these championships. Also really great in the second 50, so we'll see if she can come back, because at the moment Annie Steele has hit the wall in first at the 50-meter mark, 31.29. Jessie follows around 31.74. And Celeste Cheng over in lane 1. She's had a really good first lap, putting her in third at the moment. But Annie Steele just looking too good right now.
Infraction report for event 42, X2, lane 0. Executed an alternating movement of the feet during race. That was event 42, X2, lane 0.
So Annie Steele will go first, Jessie Steinman second, and Liliana Jones over in lane 2 will pick up third in that last heat there.
That was a tough finish there.
Time for our boys now. Event 43, the 14-year-olds 100 metres butterfly. In this event we have 4 heats.
Can we please start moving our backstroke leg volunteers down onto full deck, please? So our backstroke leg volunteers down to full deck. Thank you.
All the action in this heat 1 coming from our outside lanes. Lane 8, Maximilian Brocklesby's gone out fast, 29.40. So is Lachlan Gilbertson from Northwest over in lane O. An interesting swim from Cade Cannon, the Warrigal swimmer. He was 7th on the first wall. He's going to touch in first though. Great second lap, well-timed swim, 106.57. Lockie Gilbertson will pick up second in that heat from lane 0, 108.11. And Noel Gervich out in lane 9 for third there. So definitely want to be in one of those outside lanes in this first heat.
So just another reminder, if we have our backstroke leg volunteers down to full deck. So 2 from the LC body, 2 from Geelong, and 1 from Canberra.
As the boys come into their second lap of this 100 metres butterfly, your leader from lane 4 is Declan Broadfoot. Brody Cargill in lane 5 in second. And Lemuel Janasa in lane 3 is currently in third. Having a bit of a challenge from Miller Stott over in lane 1. It will be Declan, 102.07, Brody second, 102.49. And Miller Stott will finish in third in that heat, 105.94. Leading us around in heat 3, that's William Tan, another one of those St Leonard swimmers having a great meet so far. Second, our visitor in lane 4, William Botterill James. And he turned in third, but he's really made a move on this second lap. That's Bart Oporix. He's going to touch in first here. 101.91. That's a really solid swim from Bart. Second will be William, 103.19. And third will also be William Tan, 103.24.
Hey, Tyler.
On to our last heat of the boys, 14-year-olds, 100 metres butterfly. Eli Billman in lane 4 from Ivanhoe Swim. He is your fastest qualifier. Entry time of a 1:02.00. We'll see what he can do with this morning. At the moment, out really fast, 28:01. Going with him is Louis G. Louis G from Nana. Great backstroker, having a really good butterfly swim here this morning. Very close between the two boys in 3 and 4. As they go stroke for stroke into the wall. It will be Eli Billman just narrowly over Louis G. 101.44, 101.51. And Scott Robinson in lane 6 will take third, 103.14. Just waiting for our officials and volunteers to finish putting our backstroke ledges in as we move along in the program. Our next event, go to our 13-year-old girls 100 metres backstroke. This is event 44. We have 6 heats of this event.
Come on.
100 metres backstroke, 2 laps. Sprint event. So we want to see that nice high stroke rate, the speed in which the arms are rotating around. We want to see white water at the feet. Particularly in these younger athletes, trying to see where their skills are at. So are they getting onto that wall quickly for their turn? Are they utilizing that underwater? 10 metres to go. It will be your swimmer in lane 4 from Nunawading. Taylor enters 1:15.05. Phoebe Scarf 1:17.48. Followed by Lumi Autolotto 1:18.04. Girls in heat 3 out strong. Holly Human lane 5 turning in a 36.3. great little battle for first here between lanes 4 and 5. Chelsea Ronning of Geelong, Holly Hume. And it will be Chelsea 114.30, just ahead of Holly 114.91. Third, out in lane 9, Leona Low-Hermans, 116.53. Great little swim from her in an outside lane. Our superstar officials just checking on those backstroke ledges, making sure they're put in correctly. Heat 4 underway of event 44. We start to see some of our faster athletes now as we get into those circle-seated heats. Faster swimmers in those 3 lanes in the middle of the pool. And at the moment, all eyes on lane 5, Neve Turton. She'll hit the wall first, 34.11. Over on the far side, Cara Lander in lane 1. She's hit in second, followed by Zara Jeffrey in lane 4. Under the flags, leading from start to finish, that's going to be Neve. 1:11.17. Zara Jeffrey will steal that second spot, 1:12.24. And Cara Lander in lane 1, she hangs on there to pick up the third placing on 13.19. Heat 5. Good starts in that heat, particularly lane 9. Macy Slack really going almost all the way to that 15-meter rope. Looking pretty good though in the center of the pool. That is Zara Olawani. She'll turn in a 32.62. Zara looking really powerful here. She's just coming under those flags now. 5 meters left to swim. She'll hit the wall, 1:06.76. A really nice heat swim this morning. Second will go to Ya Wulan Wang, 110.74. And Maddie Harvey in lane 5. She'll pick up third in that 5th heat. All right, as heat 6 gets underway, we have our fastest seated athlete in lane 4, Kira Jeffs, Yarra Plenty Waves. She put on a dominant performance last night in the 200 freestyle event, swimming a time of 2:06. Very impressive for a 13-year-old. And already she's out quick here, 31.40 feet on the wall. Matilda Clark in lane 5 from Surrey Park, going through behind her, 32.97. And Vera Zeng in lane 3 is currently sitting in third, 34.26.
Hello!
Kira very close on that touch, so that might be something her and her coach can work on before the finals tonight. She's got a 106.63. So it'll be a great race this evening between her and Sarah Olawani. Matilda Clark in second, 109.12. Vera Zeng third, 111.53. Event 45 in the water now. This is the men's 13-year-olds 100-meter backstroke. In this event, we have 3 heats. So all 3 heats will be circle seated here. Keep an eye on those middle lanes, all vying for a spot in the top 10 to come back and swim this again in finals this evening. Liam Paulson back in action after his 1500 metre earlier today. And it's not holding him back at all. He turned in first and he has maintained, if not extended, that lead here. He'll hit the wall first, 106.92. A battle for second. It will be Campbell Mills from Ivanhoe Swim, who just sneaks on in front of Isaias Mika. 109.61, 109. Getting those backstroke ledges untwisted, creating an equal playing field for all these athletes, ensuring they get the best start possible. They'll place their feet just above those ledges. They must have toes on the wall, part of their foot on that actual touchpad. It can't all be on the ledge. So obviously the ledges stick out a little bit away from the wall, so technically you'd be swimming slightly less than that 50 meters. As heat 2 heads down on their first 50. Very close between all the swimmers here. Middle lane's just starting to make a move now. Alfred Hahn, he'll hit the wall first, followed not far behind him by Jake. 32.89, 33.38. Aisei Kojima, one of our swimmers from Japan, in lane 3. One of those visitors. Jake really starting to wind it up here with 15 meters to go. Got the faster of the ratings, but I think Alfred will hang on in this heat. He does. 106.46. Jake Richards 107.16. And not a lot of gap between third and fourth, but Kaisei Kojima, he's behind for that third spot, so 111.42 for him. Heat 3 behind the blocks now. Fastest qualifier in this event, Harry McCraw, swimming out of lane 4 from Melbourne Swimming Club. His entry time, 3 seconds faster than the next person in this heat. Bit of confusion on the start of this. So not entirely sure what's happened. Those officials should be dropping that rope at 15. So this heat will be stopped. Now, I presume what usually happens is they'll give these guys a bit of a break because some of them have almost swam the full 100 here. And they'll bring them back to race again. Harry McCraw shaking off that rope. Looking around wondering what's going on though. A lot of the boys in the same boat, so we'll wait and see what happens here. Always some excitement at our state championships. They'll clear the boys out. We'll wait and hear from the officials what the plan is. These boys should get a bit of a break before they have to race again. Officials just gathering the boys to let them know what's going on. We'll wait and hear. But as I said before, I imagine they'll give them a little bit of rest and they'll come back probably after the next event. So girls 15-year-olds backstroke, maybe after the girls, and re-swim. Yep, and it looks like that's what they are going to do. So I believe we'll move on to event 46 in our programs. That is the girls 15-year-olds 100-meter backstroke. In this event, we have 6 heats. All right, so event 46 in the water now. We will come back to that final heat of event 45. Just let those boys recover a little bit before they have to swim again. As I said earlier, 6 heats in event 46. Heat 1, all these girls sitting at the 1:16 mark for their 100-metre backstroke, so should be a good race between them. Hitting the wall in first, Eloise Pride, 34.76. April Downing in lane 5. She's turned in second, just under that 36 mark at 35.99. Second lap, very important here. Who can keep that body position nice and high on the surface? At the moment, Eloise Pride having a great swim. Onto the wall, 112.90 for Eloise. April, 114.54. And third, Layla McCarthy, 116.16. And onto the wall for heat 2. Charlotte Anderson in lane 2. She's hit in first, 113.27, followed around by Shelby Morgan, 113.76. And third place over in lane 0, Anika Snapu, 114.58. Heat 3 off and racing. Chiara Fernando in lane 3 had a really good start there. She's the current leader. Olivia Mitchell, fastest qualified in this heat. Off to a bit of a slower start, so we might see her move through the field in the second lap as they come under the flags for the turn in this 100 backstroke. It will be Chiara Fernando. She's followed around by Emma Fletcher, so it's a race on the other side of the pool currently. And the girls hit the wall here. It looks like Tess Flanagan might have touched him first, but she hasn't set her touchpad off, so we'll just wait. We do have backup systems in place for when this happens. So often this might happen if our swimmer hasn't quite hit that touchpad hard enough, hasn't registered that they've finished. But they'll just go back to our computer system and the time will be there. So we come now to heat 4. This is the first of our circle seeded heats. We'll be watching those centre lanes with the fastest entry times. The girls in heat 4 get underway. A few of the girls in those middle lanes making sure to stay under, utilize that full 15 metres that they're allowed to stay under the water. As long as they break the surface at or before that 15 metre mark, they are okay. We just don't want to see them going past it, because then they will be disqualified. But out really quickly is lane 4. That's Michaela Larkin of Cheltenham. She'll hit the wall in a 31.9. She's got that rating going nice and early in this 100. Alicia Clark, we saw her swim earlier in the 400 freestyle, and she had a really nice swim there. So we'll see what she can do in this sprint event. And third, after the first lap, was Bella Murchie, who seems to be moving through on this second lap nicely. The girls in 5 and 6 having a much better second lap, weren't quite out as fast. Judy and Sarah. It will be Michaela Larkin who hits the wall, 106.66. Bella Murchie in second, 108.59. And Judy Hussein Ahmad will hit in third, 108.76. A lot of our visiting swimmers in this heat. We've got 4 visitors in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. At the moment, your centre swimmer, Clara Karocki, she's in first, 32.92. She's got about a body length on the next swimmer. Kira Shaw in lane 6, coming through nicely on this second 50. I reckon she'll grab second, so it'll go Clara, 108.03, Kira, 109.96, and Macy Pronk, she'll take third from lane 5, 110.25. Come on to our 6th and final heat of the girls' 100-metre backstroke for 15-year-olds. 36, Lily Kosh in lane 4. Really good start from her. Also on the good start was Isabella Stammers in lane 9. Saw Misha Nicholson earlier have a really good swim, so we know that she's on today. Same with Emily Tulloch. She finished really strong in that 400 freestyle earlier. Lily Kosh goes around in a 31.40. Misha 32.51 and Emily 32.84. Lily definitely had the better of the skills, but Misha, some fast backstroke swimming here. She's not quite going to catch Lily, but definitely had a great second 50. So Lily Kosh 105.72, Misha Nicholson 106.44, and Emily Tulloch 107.21. All right, so we swing back to event 45 here. That third heat where there was a little bit of confusion and some technical difficulties. They're back in the water now. So we'll see how they go. Harry McCraw, fastest qualifier. Even being attempted to be stopped by officials earlier, he did swim a 105, so he looks a little bit relaxed in this one. He's already used a bit of energy today. If he wants to come back and swim fast tonight, he doesn't want to overdo it. Already warmed up, absolutely. Luca Lim out in lane 0, also having a great swim. Not far behind. But it will be Harry McCraw. Oliver Carlio in lane 5. He might just touch in second. Not quite. It will be Luca Lim, 107.96. Oliver, 108.14. So there we go. That was your third heat from event 45. We have swum event 46. So we move right along now. Event 47, this is the boys 15-year-olds 100 meters backstroke. In this event, we have 4 heats. Austin Bartlett, your leader in the middle lane here. 31.98 was his split after the first 50. These 3 boys all 1:10 entry time, so they'll be trying to break that this morning. They are well and truly going to do that. Austin 106.75, Max McKenzie 108.57, and Cooper Dixon 108.97. So good to see some nice, solid personal best swims from the boys in Heat 1 here. Heat 2, heading down for the turn after the first 50. Jack Darling, he's hit in first, 30.35. Swimmers from DVE having a great state championships. Seen a lot of them making finals. And coming into the wall, Jack, he's led from start to finish. He is going to get his hand on that wall first. 103.39. Big cheer from the team down the other end at DVE. Alec O'Brien in lane 3. He's taken second, 104.10. And Sebastian Eagle in lane 5 will pick up third. Jack with a really big grin on his face after that one. If we move on to Heat 3 out of the 4. Just get those backstroke ledges set up. The swimmers in the water will move away from the wall so they don't hinder the start for the next heat. The athletes in this heat trying to keep themselves warm behind the blocks. Just a little bit of a breeze here this morning. They don't want to get too cold before they start this race. Heat 3, Henry Allen out quick here. Absolutely storming down this first 50. Definitely be curious to get a stroke rate on him at the moment. Those arms are moving. He's turned in a 27.70. Patrick Lee in lane 6. Coming through in second. Good to see Patrick having a good swim here because today is his birthday. So happy birthday, Patrick, if you are watching this back. But Henry Allen will touch the wall first, 58.46. Xavier Aguirre, 101.92. And Patrick Lee, the birthday boy, he's gone a 103.76 to grab third in Heat 3. Fourth and final heat in the water now. Fastest qualifier, Logan Reek of Norwood Swimming Club. So he's our visitor in this event. Next fastest Victorian swimmer in this heat, that's Blake Hughes from Northwest. And he's off to a really strong start. Very close between lane 4 and 5 at the moment, coming into that first 50-meter wall. It will be Logan who gets his feet on first. Blake hasn't quite set off his touchpad. Really good underwater off that wall from Logan. But Blake Hughes having a really nice swim here. He's actually made up a little bit of ground after that underwater. He'll finish second, so Logan Reek 59.82, Blake Hughes 101.25, and third onto the wall Alexander High 104.43. Event 48 in the water now. This is the women's 17-18 years 100 meters breaststroke event. This morning we have 3 heats. 100 meters of breaststroke, 2 laps, sprinty, speedy breaststroke. Customers trying to be snappy. They don't want to fatigue too much in this first 50, keeping their stroke long. So they've got a little bit left in the tank for that second lap. Onto the wall first, it is Riley Cardo. Swimming out of lane 4, Surrey Park Swimming Club. She's turned in a 35.57. Her teammate from Surrey Park, Skylar Hay, in second, 36.56. And third on the first wall was Sienna Matheson, 37.20. And Sienna Matheson really shining on this second 50. Riley Cardo, she's too good. She's not going to be touched out here at all. She'll lead from start to finish. Her time, 1:16.49. Sienna Matheson touches in second, 1:18.34. And Skylar Hay will pick up third from this first heat, 1:18.93. All right, heat 2 in the water now. Out quick is Charlie Millard in lane 4. She's looking really strong this morning. Off to a really good start as well was Lucy Roberts in lane 6. Great little sprint breaststroke from Yarra Plenty Waves. And Charlie will turn in a time of 33.75. So she is out quickly this morning. And looks to be increasing her rating as she's coming down this second 50. Really working on returning into that streamline position, getting her head down after each breath. Lucy Roberts still sitting in second. And there's a nice little fight going on the other side of the pool for third. I believe it'll be Sophia Hogg, but Isabella King doing a lot as well.
In first place, we have Charlie Millard. Time of 1:13.95. Second place, Lucy Roberts. And third place, Vic Age.
Third heat underway now. Your fastest qualifier, Maddie Horvath in lane 4, Nunawading Swimming Club. In lane 5, another one of our visiting athletes, that's Mackenzie Winton. But another speedy sprint breaststroker in lane 6 from Yarra Plenty Waves, Stephanie O'Donnell. As they hit the wall, it will be Madeline Horvath. She's in first, 34.43. Steph follows her around from lane 6, 35.54. And Jessica Proudlock in lane 3 is currently in third.
And in first place, we have Maddie Hobart in a time of 1:13.67. In second place, we have Mackenzie Winton, our visitor. And in third place, we have Stephanie O'Donnell.
Yeah, it was a great little battle from second and third all the way onto the wall there. Mackenzie Winton just touching out Stephanie O'Donnell, both girls on 1:18. Event 49 on your program now, the boys 17, 18 years, 100 metre breaststroke. In this event we have 3 heats. All 3 heats circle seated, fastest swimmers in those middle lanes. Watch out for the boys in lane 4. Going out hard in this first heat, that's Une, guys. So he's been really quick in the first half of a lot of his races this weekend, showcasing his sprint skills. Not far behind him, though, was Brandon Wilson of Shepparton Swimming Club. And he's challenged on the other side of the pool by Cam Ricchini from Geelong. So those country boys in 3 and 4. They're having great second laps here. Une just fading a little bit towards the end. And looks like he might be just in front of Brandon. It'll come down to touch.
In first place, we have Cameron Cheney in a time of 1:07.70. Second place, Brandon Wilson. And in third place, we have Une.
Instruction report for event 48, heat 3, lane 3, initiate the start performance signal. That was event 48, heat 3, lane 3.
Heat 2. Usima's looking pretty good here. Joshua Gomez, he'll touch in first, 30.57. Followed through by Lockie Chan, 31.08. A lot of these boys looking for those national qualifying times here. And Lockie coming through well on this second 50. He's just starting to overtake Joshua Gomez now. He's timed it to perfection. I reckon he'll get his hands on the wall in first.
And in first we have Lachlan Chan in a time of 1:05.98. In second, Joshua Gomes, and in third, Dominic Chain.
Third and final heat, boys 18 years, 100 metres breaststroke. Lane 4, fastest qualifier, Jacob Nimmo, representing Caulfield Aquatics. Leading him out as well, that is Jacob. 31.12. Sean O'Connor close in 31.47. And on the other side of the pool in lane 6, Dane Schneider, he's turned in a 31.96. So Nimmo just starting to pull away now. Really good second lap.
And in first place we have Jacob Nemo in a time of 1:05.96, followed by Dane Schneider in a time of 1:08.01, and in third place we have Owen Wormson, 1:08.38.
All right, time to pick up the pace here. We're moving on to event 50. This is the female 16-year-olds 100 meter freestyle. Splash and dash for the girls. We have 7 heats of this event. The last 3 heats, they'll be the ones that are circle seated. Keep an eye out for those. Those will be your top 30 athletes. But never discount these swimmers in the earlier heats. All it takes is a little bit of a personal best time, and they've got themselves in the mix for a chance of a final as well. So going out well here, it's lane 6, Alyssa Martin, 31.29. These girls all in this heat sitting around that 106 low mark. Are we trying to break that and look up and see a 104 or 105 on the board would be really nice for these girls.
And in first place we have Amelia Atkin in a time of 1:05.48, followed by Alyssa Martin in a time of 1:05.54. And in third place, Jolene in a time of 1:05.92.
Heat 2 racing now. Good start in the middle of the pool by Ali Morgan of Geelong. We know she likes to go out hot. Let's see if she can hang on in this 100. She's down to 30.37. Alexa Starthus is second at the moment from lane 2. And on the other side of the pool, Anita Webber in 7. She's turned in third. Ellie's still holding on, but Harriet Meakin really coming through nicely now.
And in first place we have Harriet Meakin in a time of 104.16, followed by Ali Morgan in time 104.82, and in third place Alexa Stallis in 105.3.
Heat 3 now. Stella Salomon is out fast, 29.13. All the action at the moment sort of coming from the far side of the pool. Sarah Steinman, 29.91. She's coming off the back of a really great 200-meter butterfly swim in last night's final session. She's really challenging Stella. Those are the two girls out in front in this heat. Down onto the wall.
And in first place we have Stella Salomon in 101.40, followed by Sarah Steinman in 101.86, and third Hayden Lewin in 103.52.
All right, the girls in heat 4. Meg Homan, she's turned in first, 29.25. Followed around by Isla Ho in lane 4, 29.90. So a couple of girls going out under that 30-second mark. A great second 50 here by Ams out in lane 8. That's Amity Lansbury. Meg Homan, she'll still touch in first, 102.29, but Ams has picked up second in that heat, 102.36. She'll be pretty happy with that swim. Annabelle Taylor in lane 6 will grab third, 102.65. Heat 5 in the water now. This is where we start to really pick up some speed, particularly from the girls in those middle lanes now as we become into our circle-seated events or circle-seated heats here. Top 30 athletes. All looking for another swim this afternoon in the final of this event to try and pick up a state championship medal. Natasha Coleman, she's out fast, 28.30, having a great meet so far. We saw her in a lot of events yesterday. Jen Lane in lane 6, Cheltenham swimmer, sister of Tommy, who's had a great championships as well. She's doing great here. But it will be Tash Coleman. 58.70, she'll take the win. Second, Kiara Mooney of Cheltenham, 59.81, so good to get under that 100 mark. And third, Romy Hurd, she's come through nicely to finish off 100.56. Second last heat of our 16-year-olds 100 freestyle, and look at that kick across the field. 100 freestyle sprint event, really reliant on making sure that those legs are going full speed. We can see that white water, that's the motor of this event. Onto the wall. It will be Eliza Tan who takes us out in first, 28.55. Over to the other side of the pool, Mia Laban, 28.58. So not a lot separating the girls after 50 metres. And it's quite a close race across the board. 3, 4, 5. Even lane 2 still up there. Brooke Briscoe's had a good second 50. Eliza Tan, lane 2, she'll hold on to first, 59.50. Alinta Dingwall, second, 59.71. And Brooke Briscoe's come through, 59.81 to take third in heat 6. As the girls in heat 7 get themselves ready, a few little explosive jumps, get the adrenaline pumping. Move on to our final heat. Lane 4, your fastest qualifier in this event, Jessica Wilson, Nunawading Swimming Club. And you can see why. She's had a great underwater, already in the lead at the 15-metre mark. She'll get her feet on just under the 28 seconds, so 27.97 for Jess Wilson. Catherine Boyle behind her, 28.79. So already almost a second lead in the first 50 for Jess Wilson. Sione Kinzet in lane 3. She's just starting to move up now. But it will be Jess Wilson onto the wall, 58.22. Catherine Boyle, 59.75. And Sione, 100.85. Alrighty. Boys, 16-year-olds, 100 metres freestyle, event 51. First heat's in the water now. We have 8 heats in this event. As we go through these heats, you'll start to see a lot more slapping and jumping as the boys get themselves ready for this dash. Some of them looking to be around that 50-second mark. And it will be Colin Lodge who takes out heat 1, 58.82. Mitchell Davies follows him onto the wall, 59.69. And Michael DeTiro will be in third after the first heat. Boys not wasting a lot of time on their underwater, just getting up and getting into that swim speed really quickly and early on in this race. Cooper Galland out in lane 7, turns in first, 27.57. It is the outside lanes doing really well in heat 2. Charlie Wood in lane 1, he's turned in second, 27.88. Under the flags now. Looks like it will be Cooper who takes out heat 2, 57.48. Billy Boyd did the work on that second 50. He's touched in second, 58.15. And Nathan Holmberg in lane 3, 58.28 to steal third in that heat. Heat 3 in the water. Nicholas Highland in lane 5, opting for that longer underwater. Very close as the feet go on the wall at the halfway mark. Kobe Stocks in lane 4. He'll get there first, 27.59. Right behind him, though, Kai Spencer in lane 8. And also going out really strong was Taru Pereira from Cheltenham Swimming Club. We're used to seeing him in those longer distance events, so it's nice to see him having a crack at 100-metre freestyle today.
The weekly 17 manager from D5, Undershaft, and Artemis Aquatics to return the director's desk, please.
Kobe Stocks will take the lead there, 57.58 for him. Kai Spencer, 58 flat. And we go on to heat 4. Heat 4, Jake Ridley's out fast, 25.96. Matthew Brophy, DBE follows him around, 27.13. But Jake looks to be having a much better morning this morning than he was yesterday. A little bit flat. Had a tough swim in the 200 fly last night, but this sprint event's really working for him. He's going to hit the wall, 54.20.
Team manager from Nala Loving and Charlie to the technical director's desk, please.
The wall. First, William Watkins out in lane 0. Coming back strong.
Yeah, Will Watkins over in lane 0 looking really good here. There's a good battle between him and lane 5, Ethan Chiang Cruz. Also on the other side of the pool, down in lane 9, Hunter Mace. He's right up there in the mix as well. right, these boys are getting fast now. We hit those circle-seated heats. A couple of 53-second entry times here. Tian Berger in lane 4, 53.06 going in. We'll see what he can pull out this morning. And hopefully he'll be back this afternoon with another opportunity as well. Felix Strussel de Bruyne, he got off to a great start. And that's shown in that first lap, 25.65. He's out in front. Will Watson in lane 3, second, followed around by Tian Berger. But Tian really dominating this second 50. He's taken over that lead. He's not going to give it up. 52.93. He does go under that 53 mark, which is a really nice sight to see on the board. Felix Strussel de Bruyne, 53.57. He'll be second. And 54.24 for Will. Pick up third. All right, lots of splashing and dashing going on here in heat 7. Nick Stupas, lane 4. But it will be Ethan Ravensdale who hits the wall in first, 25.57. Nick just behind him, 25.66. See how quickly these guys can come home. Ethan looking too good to catch at the moment. I don't think Nick can do it. So under the flags, down to touch, 52.44. That is a nice swim from a 16-year-old. Nick Stupas, 53.08, and Ed Meddings, 53.95. Boys in heats 6 and 7 have really thrown down the gauntlet here for that final heat 8. Ash Nichols, your fastest qualifier on entry time of 52.40. So that's very similar to what Ethan Ravensdale just put down in the previous heat. Ash is looking pretty good here. He's going out quick. Going with him is Campbell Wilson Moran. Not a lot separating the two at the 50-meter mark, only about 0.1. Jack Gibson in lane 3, currently in third. Ash Nichols showing his strength here. I don't think Campbell's going to be able to do enough to out-touch him on the wall, so it will be Ash Nichols, 52.35. He's put it out there and said, I want that middle lane tonight. 52.91 Campbell Wilson Moran, 53.81 for third. I'm looking forward to seeing this race later on. There is a lot of those boys around that 52-second mark. See if anyone can hit a 51 later on this evening. It should be some exciting racing tonight in our final session.
we're starting off event 54, the girls 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats, and in the pool we have heat 1. Girls are coming down towards the end. It's a pretty even race here. First we have Aliyah Lee, second Isabella Lynch, and in third Evie. Event H2 rather, blocks. Nice underwaters from the girls. First we have Maggie Fisher, second out in lane 1, Zealy, and third Jemima Collins. Three now in the water. Splash and dash event. Actually lane 9 in first place, Jamie B. Second we have Macy Smiller, and in third, third place, Zara. Now getting into the faster heats. Sophie Hall in lane 6 coming in first, followed by Tiffany Mitt and Lily Lynch. Now we have our final heat, 6. Astrid Buchanan in first, followed by Lucy Marr, and in third we have Lucy Reed. Boys 12-year-old 50 metre freestyle. Heat 1 is just behind the blocks. We have 8 heats. Have heat 2 in the water. Coming into the wall, in first we have Rory Hanson in lane 5, followed by Alexander Yin, and in third, Benjamin Sharp in lane 7.
Heat 3 up and racing now. These 12-year-old boys coming in hot. Lane 4, your fastest qualifier in this heat, JT Guhan. Not off to the best start. Xavier Gray in lane 5. He's tearing up the pool. Also out in lane 9, a good little sim from Isaac. But it will be lane 5, 31.09. Isaac Privatelli in lane 9, second, 31.59. And Zenith Lai, third, 31.64. Best thing about these 50s is how close they are. Look at this field, not a lot separating them. Surrey Park swimmer out in lane 8, Jaden Thack, I think he's going to get to the wall first. He does, 30.79. Second, Eugene Lim, 30.86. And third on the other side of the pool, Tom McMahon, 30.94. Heat 5 with some quick reactions from the middle of the pool. Anywhere around that 0.5, that's pretty speedy to be off the block. So an amazing start. You're looking in those 0.4s. a really good start, 0.5s, and then 0.6 is what we see tends to be around the average. As Jaden Zhang touches in first, lane 7, 30.55. Christian Marks second from lane 9. So some good swims from outside lanes. As we move on to heat 6 of 8, our men's 12-year-olds 50-metre freestyle.
Please note that after event 59, there will be a swim-off. In event 50, we do a 1600-metre freestyle. So that is after event 59, there will be a swim-off for event 50.
Christopher Lee, Han Tang Wang onto the wall. It will be Christopher 28.55, Han Tang 28.62, Lewis Telford 28.81. Second last heat now. 3 swimmers in that 28 mark. Let's see what this heat can do. Good swim from lane 8. That's Terrence Chi, but Fraser Nagel in 4. He'll get there first, 28.23. Terrence Chi, 28.68. And third, Ewan Stubbings, 29.04. So a couple more swimmers in that 28 range. It looks to me like a low 29 should final in this event. So the guys in this last heat, they'll have been watching those times prior. They'll know exactly what they need to do to try and make the final for tonight. Jared Lowe in lane 4, he's looking super powerful in this 50. Breathing every second, which is an unusual tactic for a sprint. But look, it seems to be working for him and the strength that he has. He'll touch in first, 27.62. Ishaq Ismail, 28.36. And third was Broderick Coyne in lane 7, 28.80. Next up, event 56, the female 13-year-olds 100 meters butterfly event. In this race, we have 4 heats. And in the water at the moment is heat 1. 3 swimmers. 100 meter butterfly. Not the easiest event for these youngsters, 13 years old. As Zoe Behrens turns in a 33.63.
Even for the modifier, you test it, you might move the next time anyway. Really making it difficult? No.
it'll be Yolanda Wu in lane 5 who takes the first spot in this first heat. 114.94. Zoe Barron second, 117.45. Tiffany Liu in lane 5 there with a really nice underwater. The Melbourne Swimming Club swimmer coming up out in front. Little bit of movement in the field through this second lap. Onto the wall, it's going to be between Karma Farmi and Ariana Mijak. It'll be Karma, she's going to 109.46. Ariana 109.66 and Tiffany Liu 110.63. Heat 3 hitting the halfway mark of this 100 butterfly. Zara Jeffrey, lane 4, she's gone out pretty strong, 31.79. Macy Smike, 32.57 in lane 2. And Maddie Harvey in lane 3. She's in third in 33.00. Zara almost looks like she's building this second lap. Super strong in this last 10 meters. Onto the wall, 108.18. Really nice swim this morning. 111.54, Madeline Harvey, Cheltenham Swimming Club. And third, Hannah Buchanan, 111.90. Kira Jeffs, lane 4. She's led that race start to finish 106.70. Clara Fay in second, 108.26. And Mia Mifsud's touched in third, 109.83. For our girls, 13 years, 100 metre butterfly. And we push through to event 57. This is the boys' 13-year-olds 100 metre butterfly. We also have 4 heats in this event. Jordan Silver from Nunawading in lane 6. He's come home like a steam train. Just struggling onto that wall now though. 112.74. Second will be Sebastian Wu, 114.11. And Lucas Din will take third in that heat, 114.22. Heat 2 here, Jake Riches of Geelong, having a lovely relaxed swim from lane 4. He's well in front, 103.21, so that's a nice time from him. Oscar Tan in second, 107.53. And Kaisei Kojima, he's gone 107.90 to take third in heat 2. Heat 3 underway now. Your fastest qualifier in this heat is one of our visitors from Singapore. He's in lane 4, off to a really good start. Nice rhythmic butterfly on this first lap. Butterfly is one of those strokes you want it to be as smooth and feel as easy as possible. That can be quite fatiguing, especially coming down into those last 10 meters of these events. He turns in a 28.91. William Kao in lane 5, 30.62. He's gone around in second, and Hamish DeVerne in lane 6. So 4, 5, and 6 your leaders. Doesn't look like anyone's gonna matched Lawrence Lim though. We'll see how his time compares to Jake's from the heat before. That was a 1:03. This is looking very quick. Stops the clock at 1:02.04. William KO 1:04.96, and Hamish DeVerne just hangs on there for third, 1:07.87. Brings us to our fourth and final heat. As they get underway, some familiar names in this event. Harry McGraw, we saw him swim earlier in that 100 metres backstroke. Gabriel Wong, he was right at the beginning of the day doing a 1500 freestyle, so he's backing up that with this 100 metre butterfly swim as well. They come to the halfway mark. It is Harry just ahead of Gabriel. There's a point, about 0.15 between the two of them. But look at Harry take off in this second lap. This is where he really starts to shine. That training really showing as he comes down with 20 metres left to swim. Maintaining that rhythm, picking up that rate, pushing right through onto the wall. And he'll touch in a 1:03.14. Gabriel Wong 1:06.17. And third will go to Harold Zhu. He's gone a 1:08.74. Event 58 now, the girls 14-year-olds 200 metres breaststroke. We have 3 heats in this event. All heats will be circle seated. We are looking for those top 10 qualifiers to come in and re-race this tonight for those medal placings. The 200 breaststroke, a bit more of a relaxed swim here. 4 laps, 3 turns. Trying to showcase those skills, particularly in breaststroke. No 15-metre ruling in place, just the ability for each athlete to complete 1 split stroke, which includes 1 dolphin kick off each wall. Then they pull their arms to the side, kick themselves back to the surface, and away they go. At the moment, Amy Pruitt looking super strong in Heat 1. She's swimming out of lane 5 from Nunawading Swimming Club. Not far behind her, we've got Yan Lee, Western Aquatics. And the rest of the field is pretty close at the moment for third. It might just be lane 1. It is Wei Lu. She'll turn in that third position. Few cheers from the Nunawading support team as Amy comes in to touch the wall at the 150 metre mark. 1 lap to go. She is still your leader. Yan Lee in lane 3 in second. coaches watching for anything they can improve on in finals tonight, whether it be the pacing from our swimmers in the morning. Could they have done the swim a little bit differently? Maybe it's the skills. Where can we find some time that we can drop? As Amy Pruis comes under those flags to finish off this 200 metres breaststroke. She'll hit the wall in a time of 2:55.11. The 2-second drop for her. Bit of a smile on her face. Yan Lee, 2:59.83. Always good to come in under that 300. And Bronwyn Zheng, she's finished off a little bit stronger here to take third, 3:04.80. Heat 2 often racing. Giucio, your swimmer from Nunawading in lane 3. Probably got the best of the underwaters off the dive. Fastest ranked going into this race, lane 4, Charlize Green. She's another one of our visitors coming over from Emmanuel. Turning in first, though, it will be lane 1. That's Memphis Johnson from Geelong Swimming Club. Coached by one of our awesome female coaches on deck this weekend, Andalise Warren. And Memphis still looking really strong here. Just looks like she's pulling away a bit, so really taking control of the race in the first 100. Third 50 of your 200s tends to be the most important lap, so we'll see what these girls can do here. Whether anyone has a little bit more energy in the tank and can start to make a move. Very close for second at the moment between Charlize Green and Claudia Crotto. Those are your swimmers in the middle lanes. Onto our last 50. Lane 5, Claudia Crotto. She is looking really strong here. She's picked up her rating coming into this last 20 metres. She's regained the lead just over Memphis Johnson in lane 1. She's going to be well under her entry time of 2:56, 2:51.14 for Claudia. Mems finished second, 2:53.10, and Charlize Green in third, 2:53.91. Just waiting on our officials to get this third and final heat started. Girls 14-year-old 200-meter breaststroke. Lane 4, fastest qualifier, Grace Doby, Melbourne Swimming Club, but it was Willow Field, her teammate, also from MSC, the better of the starts.
Can we please have the swimmers in the swim-off, so Tani Coleman and Jennifer Lane, down to the check starters. Please, thank you.
At the halfway mark now, Grace Doby, she's in front, 121.38 her going out time. Ella Matters in second, 122.83. And third over in lane 2 is Chloe Burke. She's turned in a 125 flat. Grace maintains her lead after that third 50. There's 2 seconds between her and Ella. But Ella looking like she's having a real dig on this last 50. She's got a much higher rating going on than Grace. As she's starting to overtake her. Grace, those longer strokes. It will still be close on the wall, but I reckon Ella Matters, yes. 249.91. She'll touch in first. Grace Doby second, 250.31. And third in lane 2 was Chloe Burke, 257.46. The next event on our programs this afternoon is event 59, the boys 14-year-olds 200 meters breaststroke. We have 3 heats in this event. All heats are circle seated. Fastest swimmers in lane 4. And it's Ashley Lansbury going out really quickly in this first 50, 33.48. He's the guy to beat in heat 1. Can he hang on? There are still 3 laps to go. But he's just storming away from the rest of the field here. He'll turn in a 1:12.33. That is some swift moving breaststroke. Spencer Davies in second, 1:16.22, followed by Jacob Chester, 1:17.34. Can these boys close that gap between themselves and Ash? I'm not sure if they can. He does not seem to be slowing down at all in this race. We know Ashley is a super fierce competitor. Loves to race, loves to win. As he hits that wall to turn for the final lap. He's got a lead of about 5.5 seconds on Jacob Chester, who's now taken that second position. Spencer Davies sitting in third. What I've really liked about Ash's swim here is he started off with a really high rating, but it hasn't dropped. He's maintained it the whole way through. So that's a sign of some pretty good fitness going on. Coach Brian over at DVE will be happy with his athletes' performances this morning. Ashley Lansbury, 2:33.15. Jacob Chester second, 2:39.88, and Spencer Davies, 2:44.73. All right, not a lot separating our boys in Heat 2 here. Pretty close across the pool from lane 2 to lane 5. Hamish Evans, that really nice, longer 200-meter breaststroke stroke. He'll turn in first, 1:13.96. Oscar Dingwall in second, 1:14.27. Brody Cargill putting in a bit of work on this third 50, trying to close that gap between him and those lead swimmers. Milo Dressel-DeBrun just starting to overtake our swimmer in lane 4, Oscar Dingwall. He's having a really good final 50-meter here. He might just run out of pool though to catch Hamish Evans, He's had a really nice swim here. 2:34.44 for Hamish. 2:34.54 for Milo. Only 0.1 between them. Oscar will finish in third, followed through by Samuel Mills to close out heat 2. Third and final heat of the men's 14-year-olds 200 metres breaststroke in the water now. Nathan Nye in lane 4, your fastest qualifier coming into today's racing. And he'll touch the wall in first after that first 50. 35.72. Only 3/100 separating him and Declan Broadfoot, the swimmer in lane 3. Dax from Geelong, though, having the best of the second laps here. Looking really nice, driving forward on that stroke. Turns in a 1:14.78. Nathan and Declan both at 1:16. As Dax just has a little look to the side to see where everyone else is. Don't worry about him, mate. You're leaving them behind. This third 50 has been a ripper. He's looking super strong as he turns onto that final 50. Pulled away to make that lead go from 2 seconds now to 4 seconds. Nathan Nye just picking up his rating going into this last lap. Dax just starting to shorten up a little bit here, but he's done enough work earlier on in this 200 that no one is going to catch him. Onto the wall, 2:34.94, 5-second personal best. He looks pretty chuffed about that one. Second will be Declan Broadfoot, 2:40.63. And Nathan Nye, 2:41.45. Interrupting our program of an event just to bring you guys a bit of an exciting swim here. This is a swim off, so this is what we get when two swimmers post the exact same time. So these girls from the 16-year-olds 100 meter freestyle vying for a spot in that final. In lane 4, Tani Cronin. She's representing Nunawading Swimming Club. Lane 5, Jen Lane from Cheltenham. Jen off to the better of the starts. So both girls breathing to the left, which means at the moment Tani can see where Jen is, but when they turn around, Jen will be able to see where Tani is. And only 4 100s between the two of them at the first 50. The crowd is going nuts here. Cheltenham versus Nunna. The two girls It's neck and neck. They're stroke for stroke as well. The timing is perfectly in sync. It might just be Jen right now, but it's hard to say. Onto the wall. Who's going to get there? Oh my goodness, 1:00.12. Jen Lane, she'll take it out by 6/100ths of a second, just ahead of Tani Cronin. And what we love to see, as soon as these girls are finished, a big high five and a hug, huge smiles on their faces. Oh, and they have wrecked too, so congratulations, girls. What an exciting swim off for us this afternoon here down at MSAC.
Heat 2 on the blocks. Meter IM, the girls at 50. The wall looks like Ruby called it from in lane 1. Just touching first. Isabella Stammers, a time of 2:38.72, followed by Ruby Kenda, 2:40.82, and in third, Tessa Harvey in 2:40.86. Good long We're off to a cracking start. Going to the wall. We have lane 5, Nisha Nicholson. Coming in strong. Misha hits the wall. 2:28.62. Followed by Sophia Ballan in 2:32.88. And in third place, we have Amelia Otto in 2:33.59. And we have heat 4 in the water now. And down on the first lap in lane 7, we have Jessica Whiting, followed by Zoe Schneider in lane 2. Looks like we have a nice even race between three girls turning for the breaststroke leg. finishing strongly in lane 4, we have Kate Hurley in a time of 2:28.17, followed by Michaela Larkin in 2:31.53, and in third place we have Emma Everett in 2:32.84. And we have the last heat of the 15-year-old girls 200-metre IM. And the fastest reaction time came from Judy Hussein in lane 5. Girls are racing. And hitting the wall first, we have out in lane 2, Annabelle Jorgensen. Down the back straight, lane 5. We have, Judy Husson. Lily Kosh had a great 50 breast, turning in first. Final leg of our 200 medley. Looks like we might have a tight finish towards the end. First in a time of 2:27.71. Coming in second, we have Lily Kosh in 2:28.21. And in third, Ava Candy in 2:31.03. Well done, girls. Now it's time for the boys to shine in the 200 IM. We have 4 heats in this event 61. And the boys are out in flying. Looks like Lucas Kay will be coming in first in lane 7 in a time of 2:25.39. Alfie in lane 3 finishing in a time of 2:26.21, and to round it off with Alec O'Brien in 2:27.51.
Introduction report for event 60, heat 4, lane 0, not on back at the finish of the backstroke section. That is event 60, heat 4, lane 0.
Tarwin Ramon touching in first and coming down for their final leg of this heat. Looks like Leopold Morales is coming down strong behind. Tarwin in lane 4 hits in time of 2:17.52, with Leopold in second in 2:20.93, and in third we have Peter Vereen's in 2:22.36. And in heat 3 is in the water. We have Harry Heath going out strong in the first leg. Nice underwaters from the boys. front with a comfortable lead. We have Harry Heath, and there's a battle for second and third coming through. Harry touched in a time of 2:14.92. Nikolai touched in 2:19.91, and in third place we have a Jonathan Luong in 2:20.41. Heat is in the water for the boys. All of them wanting to try and get that place in the final for tonight. Boys finishing strong. Lane 2. We have Blake Hughes in a time of 2:20.07. Harvey coming in second in 2:21.47. And in third, Darcy Stewart in 2:22.01. First heat of event 62, the 400 medley for 17, 18-year-old girls. Girls are doing so well. This is a gruesome event. So, first 100 butterfly completed. Now on to 100 backstroke. Have Riley Cardo, who turned in first for her final lap of this 400 IM. The legs will be hurting at this stage. It's not long to go now. Grace going for second, and Riley hits in at 5:19.47. Lane 7 of Celeste in a time of 5:25.87, and Michaela, both are our visitor, in a time of 5:26.05. Now it's time for the boys. So event 63, 400 medley, 17 to 18-year-olds are off and racing in the water. Coming in strongly in lane 5, we have Byron Ward finishing in a time of 4:54.64, followed by Tyler Norton in 4:56.23, and Metin Civilek in a time of 5:00.80. Well done, boys. Next event is our 12-year-olds 100-meter butterfly. We have 2 heats for this event. It's a big event for our 12-year-old girls. They're off to a flying start. Nice fight for first place. Coming in first, we have Abby Misher in a time of 1:13.27, followed by Audriana David in a second in 1:13.84, and in third place, Taylor Miller in 1:15.30. Our second heat is now getting ready behind the blocks. Strong starts with Alexan Zhao with a 0.54 reaction speed. Out in lane 2, we have Macy Graves. In lane 4, just touched out in 1:13.76, followed by Megan in lane 5 in 1:13.82, and in third, Macy Graves in 1:14.60. Well done, girls. Now it's time for our 12-year-old boys 100-meter butterfly event 65. We also have 2 heats in this event. No, there's actually 4 heats. Turning in first is Sebastian Flowers in lane 5. like it's an even ending. So out in lane 0 we have Matthew Dane in a time 1:19.65. Second place we have Oliver Seeley in 1:21.32. And to round it off we have Zenith Lay in lane 6 in a time of 1:22.59. Looks like there is a nice race for second. But coming in strong from Surrey Park, lane 5 is Shark Ismail in a time of 1:09.58. Pantag Wang came in second in 1:10.83. And in third, Aiden Ramos in 1:12.12. Heat 3 is ready on the blocks. And off they go into the water. Nice underwaters. Looks like it's been a strong start. Lane 5, hitting first on the changeover. Looks like there will be a nice race for third in this heat. Coming in first strongly at the wall, lane 5 actually, Aston Wilson in a time of 1:08.66. Close second is Oscar Magalotti in a time of 1:08.91. And in third, Lev Dishuruk in a time of 1:14.05. Our final heat of the boys 100-metre butterfly. Hitting first is Jared Lowe on the turn. And looks like he'll be finishing strongly in first, followed by our other visitor, Ewan Stubblings. So Jared finished first in a time of 1:07.27. Ewan finished second in a time of 1:11.16, and Charlie Warburton from lane 6 finished in 1:14.01. Our next event is event 66, the girls 14-year-olds 100-metre freestyle. And heat 1, got 2 girls in the water for this one. They're racing pretty evenly. Coming in strongly. Lane 5 is Logan Shelley in a time of 1:04.88. Nias Moran in a time of 1:08.35. Heat 2's behind the blocks. In the water, very nice underwaters from all the girls. Very even start across the pool. Madison Baker had a fastest reaction speed from lane 2. Turning in first is out in lane 0, Hannah Robinson. battle across the pool. Lane 6 touches in first, Holly Pritchard in a time of 105.31. Second, we've got Zeta Allen Ashton in a time of 105.76. And in third, Ava in a time of 108. Heat 3 is off and racing. First out. Ada Meyer. Looks like it's going to be a close finish across the pool for first. And out in lane 0, Claudia Carotto in a time of 104.65. Followed by the other side of the pool, Angelina Nguyen in a time of 105.41. And in the middle, Kaylee Faulkner in a time of 105.62. We've got heat 4. Got a few visitors in this heat. And our fastest reaction speed was Zoe Fabry in lane 6. Another close race. Looks like lane 4 will take it out in a time of 104.40. Second, we have Emerson Hogan out in lane 0 in a time of 104.98. And in third, Zoe Fabry in a time of 105.32. in first, we have Madison Klein in lane 6 in a time of 103.42. In second, Lucinda Hughes in a time of 104.27. And to finish off, after heat 6. Now our faster heats, these girls will be vying for a final spot for tonight's final. And our fastest reaction speed came from lane 8, Zara Reynolds. Actually, Elizabeth Mack in lane 4. Looks like it's a pretty even turn at the 50-metre mark, with Bettina Ambrose hitting in first. Looks like Zali from Geelong will hit in first in a time of 1:00.67, followed by Elizabeth Mack in 1:00.75, and in third, Bettina in 1:01.22. We have lane 7 in the water. It's a tight finish for first, and looks like lane 3, Liliana Jones came in first, cracking the 1 minute mark in 59.82, followed by Arabella Tomlinson. Oh no, it's a dead heat, 59.82 as well. And in third, Madison Brand in 1:01. And our final heat for the girls. Getting ready on the blocks. They'll all want that final spot. If you're wanting some professional photos of your children swimming, Sports Focus are the people. You can have a speak with them on pool deck to take photos of your children racing. And coming in strongly from St. Bernard's, in lane 4 is Annie Steele, also cracking the 1 minute mark in 1:59.60. In second, we have Anna Thompson, our visitor, in 1:00.35. And in third, Elia Wong in 1:01. Now it's time for the boys. our 14-year-old 100 metres, and this is the final event for today's session. We have 9 heats of the boys. Nice close battle for first in this heat. And coming in first, we have in lane 4 Scott Robinson in a time of 59.91. Jesse Griffin in lane 3 in 1:00.48. And in third, out in lane 0, James. And hitting in first is Hamish Knight in lane 5 in a time of 1:00.63. Second, Terence Tang in 1:00.68. Finishing strong, we have lane 7, Oscar Dingwall, our visitor, cracking the 1 minute mark in 59.71. Second, out in lane 2, we have Christopher Boyan in 1:00.06. Finishing strongly, we have lane 4, Xavier O in cracking the 1 minute mark as well, not 59.94. In second, Cody Charleston in 101.61, and in third we have Jack Stonehouse in 102.06. On to heat 5.
I have really what I mean.
It's a tight race towards the end, and looks like lane 3, Ewan O'Connor close, 58.97, and second, Ewan in 5.9.10, and Oscar Yaski in 59. And looks like from the outside lane, Angus Edlam came first in 58.99, followed by Matthew Mason, lane 6, in a time of 59.12. Start of our faster heats, and they'll be all vying for that final spot for tonight. Looks like there'll be a tight finish. And winning this heat, we have lane 3, our visitor Mitchell Ellis, in a time of 56.45. out in front comfortably. We have Nathan Nay. No. Apologies, that was Harrison Main in lane 4, finishing in 54.78. In lane 2, in second place, we have Steve Hansen in 56.72. And our final heat for today. Lots of splash from the boys. And turning in first, we have William Tan and lane 4. And he hits in first place in 55.35. In second, we got Bart Aporich in 55.71. And in third, Gianluca Paradiso in 56.36. And that concludes a glorious Day 2 of our heat session. Well done to all our swimmers and good luck to all our finalists for tonight. It's set to be a balmy 24 degrees for our evening session.